The two umpires have made their way right to the middle. Elizabeth Nakibule alongside Hope Tandeka. And here we are for the eliminator of the East African Safari. A clash between Mt.Rwenzori and Mt.Karisimbi. An interesting matchup between these two teams. But only one will remain with a chance of making it to the finals. Whoever wins here will be facing off against Mount Meru. Mount Meru having fallen 28 runs short against Mount Kilimanjaro. And Kilimanjaro already in the finals of the East African Safari, which will happen tomorrow at 2 p.m. But for now, we do have the eliminator. Tomorrow morning, it will be the qualifier between whoever will have won here and Mount Meru. So for these two teams, you either win or you go home. Karisimbi winning the toss and opting to bat first. And here we are for this interesting matchup. The two opening batters already making their way to the middle. Samuel Okaliowa missing out in the playing 11 of today for Mt.Karisimbi. Doka Abdul Shakur, Ramadan Ochimi right there, but Patrick Oburu also the other miss. Abdul Shakur Doka will be opening the batting there. Emmanuel Okwalinga getting ready onto his runner, but to first ball number one will be Paul Emetu. And we are just moments away from the first ball of this match. Hemant Hirani right in the frame there. One of the mainstay for this team. And a bit of work to do. But the playing 11 of both teams, Mt.Rwenzori, Solomon Duwamachigozi, Captain Mahadi Sechito, Tom Adopo, Akena Bosco, Emmanuel Okwalinga, Twaha Baiga, Hariom Dudareijia, Akena Elvis, Mohangozi Lennox, Hemant Hirani, and his brother Haris Vigjani. For Mt.Karisimbi, it is Ramadan Ochimi, Captain Derek Okecho, Paul Emetu, Samuel Kinalwa, Mokisa Joshua, David Muksa, Abdul Shakur Doka, Chuanuka Mark, Mbazila Charles, Trevor Makachanja, and Peter Kadu. That playing 11. Interesting. Mt.Karisimbi up against Mt.Rwenzori. Eliminator. You either win or you go home. No room for error. Emmanuel Okwalinga will be coming in with the first ball of this match. This is the first ball. Okwalinga Emmanuel getting ready to come and deliver the first ball of this match. It will be Paul Emetu to face that first ball, and Okwalinga will be coming right arm round the wickets. Down in the leg, and it's wide. Already runs on board for Mt.Karisimbi. This is a game where we need to make sure that you get out of the blocks. Get runs 140, 130 are defendable runs. So if Karisimbi can find a way of getting to that total, they stand a very big chance of picking up the win here. Upish, but into that gap at short fine, and they will take the single. Emetu Paul already off the mark with that single, and still work to do. Abdushakul Doka now taking guard for the Karisimbi, but Karisimbi missing Samuel Okaliowa, who is currently having some academic commitments, whereas Patrick Oburu also has a tight schedule. Good lines there from Okwalinga, picking up that outside off stump line, and it is a dot ball. Quiet passage of play, third man at the boundary for Abdushakul Doka, and the only fielder being used outside the 30. A bit slower there from Okwalinga Emmanuel, but another dot ball, bouncing it off the surface a little. Mt.Rwenzori reduced Mount Satima in their second meeting to 6 wickets for just 1 run. They have a very good bowling attack, Rwenzori. Some outswing there, and it is another dot ball. It started with bowling down to the leg for Paul Emetu. The very first ball went wide down the leg. Emetu got bat onto the second ball, but now some good adjustments there have been made, and he is now picking up the dot balls. Again, that cross angle, Doka not very comfortable with the cut shot, and that's another dirty ball. One more to play in the first over. Rwenzori Mountain doing the simple work and bowling good areas. Wanted a touch and go, but they do not take the run. Some good work there from Hariom Dudarejia, cutting that one off very nicely and bringing us to the end of the first over. 2 for no loss is the score after over number 1. Mt.Rwenzori team organizing itself to start picking up wins. Bosco Akena will be bowling the second over. bit of a conversation there between Hemat Hirani and the Akana Bosco to make sure that they do the good work. The packed offside, pace off, and a good placement there. Single. A glorious on drive from Paul Emetu, giving them a single. Bringing back Abdushakur Doka on strike. 0 of 5 for Doka. A little quick. And it covers, but they will take another single. Ariam trying to go for that direct hit, but he misses. And the batters go quickly for a single. Full toss, sliced away. Work to do there for the captain. Good running. And they do pick up 2. Now runs are starting to come for Karisimbi Mountain. Didn't look to have too much control, Paul Emetu, but they will take the single. Two more to play in this over. Above the waist, and it is no ball. The ball skidding out of his hands. And a free hit. Hit me ball, and Doka says thank you. Hits that one all the way for a maximum. He picked up on it very nicely and set it all the way. Welcoming maximum there for Mt.Karisimbi as they continue putting runs on board. One more to play in this over. And now changes in the field. Long on goes down. Hit down to the sweeper. But they'll take only a single. And the end of the over. 2 overs gone and 15 for no loss is the score. Okwalinga back for his second over. Driven down the ground, and it is a single. Good rotation here between Abdushakur Doka and Paul Emetu to keep motoring on and finding the runs. Bouncing it into the surface, much better there from Okwalinga. And he picks up a dot ball. Back dot balls there for Emmanuel Okwalinga. Some good pace there from Okwalinga, and he's kept picking up the dot balls. His first over went for 2 runs. The second over of the game, a little expensive. It went for 13, but now Okwalinga is making amendments and keeping dot balls there. Much needed for his team. Now 2 more to play in this over. Slices 1 away, down to 3rd man, covering a lot of ground, Lennox, and they will take a double. Good placement there from Paul Emetu, and bring us to the end of over number 3. 18 for no loss is what Mt.Karisimbi has on board. Projected score reading 120. Good passage of play for Mt.Karisimbi. They have found a way of taking care of that wicket column, and they are now made sure that they will keep getting the runs. Bosco Akena out of the attack. The bowling change right away for Mt.Rwenzori. Haris Vagjani into the attack. Placed backward of the square. Mahadi Sechito tries running round that one, and it rolls all the way to the boundary. He had a chance of stopping it if he had done it on the first time, but running backwards and trying to stop it doesn't give him a chance of stopping that one. That's it. Mahad Sekito needed to get down first time, but a boundary. Now angling it away from him. Not very good work there in the field, and runs are being taken. Another one will get it down to 30 man, and it will find a waiting Lennox, who does brilliantly well cutting that one off. But now, good passage of play between Paul Emetu and Abdushakul Doka. They are now doing whatever it takes to find runs for Mt.Karisimbi. Some width, but straight to the fielder. There is a run-out chance. Not the best of throws. The ball wide of the wicket-keeper. And that could have been a run-out, results into 2 runs there for Mt.Karisimbi. Some poor communication between the batters there. That one keeping very low on him. But fumbled by the wicket keeper and by runs taken. Abdul Shakur Doka and Paul Eliminator have found a way of keeping the fielders on pressure as they keep finding the runs. Cramps him for room. And it is a dirty ball. But a throw there will give the batters a chance to take runs. They will take 2 runs and bring us to the end of the over. 29 for no loss is the score after 4. So far on the pole, Eliminator has somehow tried to hold his head. 38 for 2. One more ball to play in this over. Haris Vagjani has so far ball 2.5, picking up a single wicket, but he's going for just 15. Balls one into the pads, and it is a single, bring us to the end of over number 8. 39 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads. Ramadan Ochimi has 1 off 1, and the Emetu Paul has 12 off 21. Hemanti Hirani will be coming back into the attack. Martin's first over went for just 2 runs, and now he is back into the attack for Mt.Rwenzori. A little short, and that is cut away, but it will pick up the field at extra cover. Bringing back Ramadan Ochimi on strike. A little full there, Hematiran trying to buy the wicket, but it is a dot ball. The full toss not punished by Ramadan Ochimi. Great, Sam Roman picks up the field at extra cover, but they do take the single. A wicket or 2 here would mean trouble for Mt.Karisimbi. Stamp to stamp, and it is a dot ball there for Hemant Hirani. Nothing coming easy the way of Mt.Karisimbi. Another dot ball. 1 more to play in this over. Emeto 13 off 24. Ochimi 2 off 3. Final ball of the over. Change of bowling side. Left arm over. And a dot ball there. End of the over. 9 gone, and 41 for 2 is the score. Bowling change for Mt.Rwenzori. Tom Adupu into the attack to replace Haris Vagijani. Spin at one end and pace at the other. Not a dream start there. He starts with one down the leg and it's wides. He needs to be looking at bowling stump to stump. Tom Adupo. Hand there with his pace. He bowls raw pace. It is the 10th over of this game. Rwenzori winning the current passage of play. Apish nearly a leading edge there to the deep mid-wicket fielder, but it falls short. I beg your pardon, that is long on, but it falls short and it is a single taken. Nearly beaten by the pace. Driven straight to the fielder. And they do take the single. Ochemi Ramadan and the Paul Emetu are trying to build a partnership here. Toast white, but Tomadup not managing to stop it in his fall through, and another single taken. Paul Emetu and Ramadan Ochimi are rotating the strike very, very nicely here for Mt.Karisimbi. Straight to the fielder there, and they do take the single. Getting onto its bounce, and he drives it down the ground. Brilliant there from Tom Adupo, just beating the outside edge of the blade, and he picks up another dot ball. He realizes that Ramadan Ochimi is not so comfortable playing the cut shot or going for the on drive, so you keep it fourth stump to pick up dot balls, and he's changing the bowling aids now. He is bowling right arm round the wickets. One more to play in this over. Off the hip and straight to the fielder, and they do take the single. End of the over, and at the halfway mark, 47 for a loss of 2 is the score after 10. Another bowling change there for Mt.Rwenzori. Hariom Dudarejia, the son of Gopal Dudarejia, will be the change. Coming out to the attack to replace Hemant Hirani. He is the leading wicket taker in this tournament. Hariom. And he will be looking forward to helping his side to pick up something out of this game. And if they do win, they stand a chance of playing in the qualifier too, which they can as well win and make it to the finals. But now work to do there for Hariom. Cow corner, long on, long off, extra cover at the boundary. There is a slip fielder, but standing towards the galley side, and it is the captain. Good bowling there, and it is a dot ball to start off his spell. Hariom Dudarejia. Turning one in, and rather than Ochimi gets onto its bounce, playing it down to extra cover to pick up a single. Bringing back Paul Emmett on the strike. He angles it back, and Paul Emmett drives it straight to Hemant Hirani at covers. And the leading wicket taker in the tournament, Hariom Dudarejia, picks up another one. Paul Emmett, who was holding on his side with 15 off 28, will be the batter to make the long walk back to the heart. But you look at the disappointment there in him. Thought of lofting it over the head of Hemant. Not well executed. And it picks up the waiting fielder in Hemant Hirani. The ball was angling into him, so wanted to get on its bounce and play it over. In the end, he just picks up a waiting fielder. Third wicket goes for Mt.Karisimbi, and 48 for 3 is the score. Emetu Paul walking back to his heart, but he clearly knows that he has not done the work needed of him by his team. And Peter Kadu is now the new batter in for Mt.Karisimbi, but a lot of work to do. 48 for 3 after 10.3. Projected score reading just 91. Not defendable on this pitch. One angling back to him, and it is another dotty ball there for Hariom. Some changes being made in the field. Backward point will be now taken to mid wicket, and only a deep point fielder at that area. Two more in this Hariom Dudarejia over. There was a half chance there. Better diving effort from Hariom would have given him another wicket. The ball lands safe, and it is another single there taken. Now one more ball remaining in this over. Creates room. Oh, that was another chance created there, but the third slip fielder not taking the opportunity, and 2 runs taken to bring us to the end of the 11th and bring up the 50 runs mark as a team total for Mt.Karisimbi. Now 51 for 3 is the score after 11. Adup Tom out of the attack. And Mt.Rwenzori will change bowling ends. 51 for 3 after 11. Hariomo's first over, he's picked up a wicket and his over went for 4. And it's now Mt.Rwenzori who comes back for his third. Long on, long off, cow corner at the boundary. Left arm round. His 2 overs have gone for just 4 runs and he starts off his third with a dotty ball. A little quicker this time and guided to point. A run taken right under the watch of Solomon Wamachigozi. Wanted the touch and go, but sent back by his partner, and it is a dot ball. Turn and bounce off the surface there by Mt.Rwenzori. Pins him, but that ball missing the wickets. There was a run out chance, but not completed. Off the edge of the blade to the pads. Sorry, it is not off the blade. The umpire there signals by runs, meaning it might have missed everything. Drifts it away from him and it is another dot ball. Now 1 more to play in this over. Creates room to cut and slices it over the field that covers. Work to do there for the captain. And good running between Ramadan Ochimi and Ikadu Peter. 2 runs taken bring us the end of over number 12. Oh, there is a poor throw that goes to the boundary. Now 6 runs taken, bringing us to the end. Look at that comment of errors. Trying to go for directly there. Mt.Rwenzori misses the wickets and the ball goes all the way to the boundary. 60 runs after 12 overs is the score. Hariom back in the attack there. Extra cover, long on, long off. Cow corner at 45 yards. Width. Hariom Dudeleja has the balls that angle back and those that angle away from the batters. That one which angles back is his most unplayable line. When you saw the ball that got Paul Emetu out, it was angling back to him, so he thought he would drive it past the fielder. And Mt.Rwenzori got hold onto it. Touch and go. And they take the single. Good placement there. There is a run out chance, but there is no way you can get that direct hit using an underarm throw. Another run is taken. flighted and it is hit up in the air. There is a waiting fielder and Bosco Akena gets hold onto that. Hariom Dudarejia buys the wicket and picks up one. Kadu Peter thought he could have it over the head of that long on fielder, but it is brilliantly taken there, just keeping in the areas. And Akena Bosco, the stylish man, with some great work there, pick up a wicket. Adam Dudareja with the second one in this innings. And 63 for 3. I beg your pardon, for 4 is now the score. End of over number 13. There is still a ball to play in this Hariom Dudarejia over. (62 for 4). Some birds flying over this beautiful ground. This is the final ball of the over. Joshua Mukisa is the new batter in. Nearly gets it to the hands of the wicket keeper, but it is a dot ball. End of the over. 13 gone and 62 for 4 is the score. There is a bowling change again for Rwenzori Mountain, and it is Lennox Muhanguzi who replaces Hemant Hirani from the Forest End. 62 for 4. This is the 14th over. Long on, long off, cow corner and deep mid wicket are all at the boundary. Kozonox will be bringing it back. Starts with a quick one, but the ball beats Ramadan Ochimi and it is a dot ball. Down the ground, there is a run out chance. But the batter ran home safe and dry. Projected score 94. Current run at 4.73, and it is another dot ball there for Lennox Muhanguzi. Creamed, and another single. Beats him completely, and it is a dot ball. One more to play in this over. Dot ball to end over number 14. 64-4 is the score. Hariom returning into the attack there for Mt.Rwenzori. In his first overs, he's been picking up a wicket, and now he's back for his third. The most economical so far is going for just 6 runs in his two, an economy of 3. Started the quick one, and it is a dot ball. It was sliced backward of the square there. Work to do for the fielder. Kwalinga there, a little slope in his fielding, and the batters take a double. One of the teams with the best bowling attacks, Mt.Rwenzori. That one turning back into the batter, and it is a dot ball. Beats the outside edge, but it is another dot ball. Good bowling there from Hariom. Sometimes he buys the wickets, other times just balls to pick up the dot ball and put the batters in pressure and keep them guessing. He's now been bowling that one which turn is away from the batter, but that's not really his wicket taking ball. The one which angles back is the one which always takes for him the wicket, but he tries the other one to make the batters used. It returns, but it doesn't get back into the tram lines, and it's wides. One more in this over. Creamed through covers. He got onto its bounce very nicely there, Mukisa Joshua, and he sends it all the way to the boundary. Tofu there from Hariom and driven to covers. The batter's just gotten onto its bounce. Look at that one there, step forward and cover drive. End of over number 15, 71-4 is the score. Lennox Muhanguzi will be returning to bowl for Mt.Rwenzori. Ramadan Ochim is still trying to find the gaps, but yet to find any in this over. Dot balls still flowing now for Mt.Rwenzori. Hits that one down the ground. And a misfield by two batters. We'll see that one go all the way to the boundary. Haris Vakjani and Akena Bosco combining to see that one go all the way. Look at that one there. First it was Haris. He didn't get hold onto it, and Akena Bosco also. And it is a boundary. Ramadan Ochim is still trying to find the runs. 20 off 22. Tries to go hard, but he misses, and it is a dot ball. It drifts away from him very quickly, turn and bounce. One more to play in this over. Cut away. And they'll take a double, bringing us to the end of the over. 16 overs gone, and 77 for 4 is the score. Hariom coming to bowl his final over in this match. 77 for 4, current run rate 4.81, projected score 96, not defendable. So they need to make sure they get out of the blocks and find the runs. Hariom has so far bowled 3 overs, conceded 13, and he has picked up 2 wickets. Long on, cow corner, long off extra cover. That ball which turns back has been the praise ball, and it is a dot ball there for him. Not giving the batters arms. The lower challengers Bengaluru winning by 5 wickets against the GT yesterday to win the IPL. Beats him. There is a run out chance. Running, and he wipes off the bells. Julius Woji. And it is another wicket there that goes. So look at that replay there. Look at the contest. To close a few miles away maybe. It is about how he slid his bat. But that's another angle. Clearly the bat was hanging in air, giving them a clear opportunity of that run out. The umpire standing in a very good position to give that one out, and it is the 5th wicket that goes. Joshua Muksa putting some bit of resistance, but in the end, he is run out. A partnership that looked to be growing between Ramadan Ochimi is broken, and Trevor Makachanja is the new batter in. 77 for 5, projected score 94. Cuts one away. And well fielded there by the extra cover fielder Trevor Makachanja in, and he gets off the mark right away. For Ramadan, all the fielders are at the boundary. The Skyer up in the air, but the fielder there at the boundary not taking off very quickly. It is a chance created, and it is a chance that goes begging. Not the first time we are seeing him Hariom creating those chances, and they are not taken by the fielders in this tournament. So that he will be having about 6 more wickets on what he has currently. A whip off the pads into the gap. Slow outfield. The ball not going out. And 3 runs are taken there by the batters. Now the score in the 80s, but still work to do. Two more in this over by Hariom Dudarejia. Hits one straight to the fielder, and they will do take the single. Now one more to play in this over. Dot ball bring us the end of the over, picking up 2 wickets in this spell. Hariom Dudarejia, and 82 for a loss of 6 wickets is the score after 17 overs. Lennox Muhanguzi will be bowling the 18th over. Creamed away, but straight to the fielder, and it is a single taken. Ramadan Ochim is starting to show some bit of urgency. 82 for 5 is now 83 for 5 after 17.1. Beaten by that turn and bounce there, Trevor Makachanja, and it is a dot ball. Good bowling there from Lennox Muhanguzi. He's kept turning away the balls from the batters, and he's picking up those dotty balls. Fits that one backward of the square, and they are pushing. There is a run out chance there, hesitation, and Trevor Makachanja has run himself out. He took off very quickly, but when his partner was returning, he tried to turn down the run. Clearly the second run was right on the cards. A little check there from Trevor Makachanja, but Mahad Sechito giving it a chase. He picks it up, but the hesitation there between the two batters meant that Trevor Makachanja was supposed to be miles away from his ground. Another wicket falls. Second run out in the innings, and Karisimbi losing another one. Two more balls are remaining in this over by Lennox Muhanguzi. Samuel Chinalwa is the new batter in for Mt.Karisimbi. 6 wickets have already fallen. Quick one, and it is a dot ball. One more to play in this over. Dot ball and the end of the over. 18 gone and 84 for 6 is the score. Okwalinga Emmanuel returns into the attack. He so far bowled 3 overs up front, conceded 7 and picked up a single wicket. Now he returns. Third man, long on, long off, cow corner and extra cover are all at the boundary. As Emmanuel Okwalinga returns, he will be bowling great arm round the wickets. Bouncer there, well guided to the hands of the wicket-keeper Ramadan Ochimi. Just getting that one to the hands of Boji. And Okwalinga returns into the attack and he picks up his second wicket. Good display there from him. He wanted to guide it away, but he didn't manage to time it well. And it is a chance that's well taken by Rwenzori's keeper Boji Julius to give his side another wicket. The man who was really doing the anchor role, Ramadan Ochimi, now making his way back to the heart. Did some good work making sure that he takes care of that wicket column by a feather and a wicket. Emmanuel Okwalinga with his second wicket and Mt.Rwenzori with their 7th wicket. Projected score now 92. 4.62 is the current run rate. That's the captain there for Mt.Rwenzori, Solomon Chigozi Lubwama. And Mukisa David is the new batter in for Mt.Karisimbi. A little cheeky but off the inside edge, and it is a dot ball. Didn't look comfortable blocking that ball. That one beats the edge of the bat and it is another dot ball. Pumping him for room. Another dot. David Mukisa not showing any intent and any urgency to find runs for Karisimbi. They had gotten to the 3 magical figures, maybe they would have stand a very big chance of picking up the win. Because these teams don't have so long batting lineups. If you get into drop order, get the first 4, you stand a very big chance of picking up the win. Another one off the inside edge of the blade, and they do take the single. Now 1 more to play in this over. After this, we will be having more 6 balls to play in the first innings of this match. Dot ball and end of the over. End of calling is calling a spell, but what a spell there. He's bowled 4 overs, conceded 8 and picked up 2 wickets, bringing us the end of the 19th. 85 for 7 is the score. Early in the morning, we had the qualifier 1 between Mount Meru and Mount Kilimanjaro. Kilimanjaro have come out on top of that one, winning the game by 28 runs and making it to the finals. Now this is the eliminator, and whoever wins here will be facing off against Mount Meru tomorrow morning. And the loser will pack the bags and wait for the next edition. Lennox Muhanguzi will be coming to bowl the final over of this innings and the 4th in his spell. He's so far conceded 10 runs and is wicketless, but what a bowling display there. The economy right below 4. Starts off with the dot ball there. Brilliant in the current passage of play for Mt.Rwenzori. That is a hit, but there is a fielder. Emmanuel Okwalinga takes the catch, and David Mukisa, who looks to be breaking the shackles, will look at his willow, tossing the blame to the willow. But what an effort there from Okwalinga Emmanuel, picking up that catch and giving Rwenzori Mountain another wicket. You look at the calmness, the composure there, well collecting that one. It is the 8th wicket that goes, and it is David Mukisa who departs. Lennox Muhanguzi picks up his first. That's the moment. Somehow slicing up his bat, didn't get onto hit very nicely. 4 more to play. Mark Akiwanuka is the final batter. Sorry, he is the batter who makes his way to the crease for Karisimbi Mountain. Beaten by that quick one from Lennox Muhanguzi, and it is a dot ball. Dot balls here. Across the line, and 1 more to play. But what an over there from Lennox Muhanguzi. He started it off with a dot ball, picked up a wicket in the second ball, and now he's followed that with 3 dot balls and 1 more to play in this over. A dot ball will be a wicket maiden over for Lennox Mohanguzi. 85 for 8 after 19.5. One more play in the first innings. Trying to turn it away from him, and it is called wide by the umpire. Dot ball and end of the innings. 86 for 8 is the score, meaning 87 from 120 balls is what Mount Elgon will need to pick up this win. Book a place in the qualifier too, where they are to square off against Mount Meru tomorrow in the morning. A loser here goes home, and the winner has the chance of playing tomorrow or even making it to the finals. But that's the first innings match summary. Mt.Karisimbi has won the toss and opted to bat first. Ramadan Ochili stood tall with 25, Abdisha Doka 16, and Emetu Paul 15. Okwalinga Emmanuel picked up 2 wickets. Ariom Digarejia 2 wickets for 18 in 4 overs. Whereas Harisi Bagjani picked up just a single wicket. We will take a short break and we will return with the second innings of this match. 87 runs from 120 balls as the two umpires make their way back in the middle. Elizabeth Nakibule, who is standing alongside Hope Tandeka. And this is the eliminator of the East African Safari between Mt.Karisimbi and Mount Kilimanjaro. Mt.Karisimbi has won the toss and opted to bat first, but you feel that the decision has backfired. Just 87 to get in 20 overs. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi here in the comms. We're just moments away from the first ball of this run chase. Sechito Mahadi will be facing ball number 1. Wides. Oh, not called by the umpire there. Looked like it was outside the tram lines. But the umpire not giving. It is Mahadi Sechito who is opening the batting alongside Hariom Dudarejia. But work for them to do. They need to win this game to try and make sure that they are still in contention of making it to the finals, because whoever wins here will be playing in the qualifier 2 tomorrow. Good start there from Paul Embe to 2 dead balls on trot, keeping the batters stuck in their creases, not giving them anything to work around with. And it is already a bright start. For this team. Off the pads and straight to Trevor Makachanja at fine leg, and first runs on board there for Mt.Rwenzori. Now Hariom Dudarejia is on strike. Third man and fine leg both at the boundary. The rest of the fielders are right inside. A gully fielder. Point. 2 covers in place. For Paul Emetu, he has that ball that angles in and is making sure that he puts the fine leg fielder a little straighter. Works that one down to third, and they will take the single. Hariom just trying to put his blade there right in the ball, right in the line of the ball, but he picks up the single backward of the square. A start they would have wished to have Mt.Rwenzori, because there will be pressure if they do lose the first wicket in the If they do lose the wicket in the first over, so they need to make sure that they take care of that wicket's column. Down in the leg, and it's wides. Two wides there to be specific, and it still runs on board. Creams 1 to covers. There is hesitation between the batters, but a very, very poor throw there. A risky run between Mahadi Sechito and Hariom Dudarejia. 1 more to play in this over. Wides down the leg again for Paul Emetu, trying to ball it and not give the batters room, but he's somehow failing to maintain his lines and lengths and its wides. Still one more play in this over. The wicketkeeper makes a mess of that one and it will be 2 wides. Not getting hold onto that. Kadu Peter. Off the pads and backward of the square. They are pushing for the second run and they do pick up to bring the end to the first over. 10 in the first over and 10 for no loss is the score after 1. $77 more needed in 114 balls. And Samuel Chinalwa will be coming to bowl the second over of this match. A little expensive there from Paul Emmett to 10 in the first. The loser here goes home. Nearly leading edge there from Mahadi Sechito, but it is a dot ball there for Samuel Chinalwa. He's made good patches and made sure that he bowls it into the surface. No room for him to play that flick shot. Still work to be done by Karisimbi Mountain. Apish beaten by the pace, but it is a dot ball. Lance safe there. And now a mid-wicket conference between these two batters, Hariom and Mahadi. Straight to the field, and it is another dot ball there. Good bowling there from Samuel Chinalwa. 10 runs leaked in the first over. But now Chinalwa has come into the attack and is bowling it into the surface, not giving anything to Mahadi Sechito. It's 4 dot balls on trot with 2 more to play in this over. Misses that one there completely, but it will be a dot ball. This time around he picks up the gap. Just a single and he will bring us to the end of the over. 1 off Kinalwa's first and 11 for none is the score after 2. This tournament is sponsored by Deep End Sports Media, Kingsley Children's Medical Center and Dafabet. It's the inaugural edition of the East African Safari, with all teams picking names from the different mountains that we do have in East Africa. Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Elgon, Mount Meru, Mount Satima, Mt.Karisimbi, and Mount Meru. Kilimanjaro, Elgon, Karisimbi, Satima, Meru, Elgon. Paul Emetu back to ball his second over. 10 off his first. A little expensive when you're not working with so many runs. $76 more to get in 180 balls for Mount Elgon to book a place in the qualifier too. Up in the air, falls slightly behind Dok Abdul Shakur. Maha turning out the second run. Well guided there by Hariom Dudarejia, backward of point. And good running there for them to pick up a double. It's a brilliant passage of play here between these two batters as they continue finding the runs and making a mark for Mt.Rwenzori. Straight to the hands of the waiting field that covers Hariom Dudarejia. David Muksa gets hold onto that one. He wanted to loft it over his head, and it is the first wicket that goes. 6 of 5 for Hariom. He looked to be comfortable until that time. He tried to throw his bat at it without making foot movement and without getting close to the pitch of the ball. He picks up a waiting fielder, and it is a wicket that goes. First one goes for Mt.Rwenzori, and 14 for 1 is the score. Plenty of time being taken there by the new batter, Baiga Twaha, who has worked on to replace Hariom Dudarejia. But still work to do for Mt.Rwenzori. Down the leg, and it's weights there from Paul Emetu. He's picked up a wicket, but now overcompensation from him. The weights are now turning out to be very many. They are coming in from Paul Emetu. If you're not working with so many runs, then you don't have that liberty and leisure of bowling those many weights. much better there, picking up that fourth stump line. Sorry, that off stump line about 60th stump, and it is a dot ball there for Paul Emetu. Creams that one through, and they are pushing quickly for the second run. Home safe and dry, and it is 2. Good running there by Gatwaha. Finally getting one into the gap, and he picks up a double to get off the mark. Angled in a little bit, and Veiga manages to hit it through the covers area. And now one more to play in this over by Emetu Paul. Touch and go, and another single. End of the over. 20-1 is the score after 3. Of picking up the wickets. Fine leg and third man both at the boundary. Mid off and mid on both are up for Samuel Chinalwa. Rwenzori has a very long batting lineup. Emant Hirani, Solomon Wamachugoza, all the other batters who can come and score the runs. Julius Woji, the wicket keeper batter. Goes, but he picks up the fielder, and it is a dot ball. A little into the surface there for Samuel Kinaro, and he manages to pick up a dot. a little uppish, but it doesn't carry to the fielder. Went for a direct hit instead of taking the chance on the bowler's end. And in the end, it is another run that taken. No awareness whatsoever there for Charles Mbazira. And another opportunity goes begging. Look at that. Picked up the ball and went for the direct hit. Even the wicket keeper was telling him no. Throw it to the bowler's end, because this batter who was here at the wicket keeper's end took some time before taking off, so there was a bigger chance on the other end. Final ball of the over. Pulled away. Baby gun pulled all the way to the bunker. It is a maximum. Twahabega breaking the shackles, gets onto its bounce and hits it away. Just getting some good alignment there from him. Baiga pitched into the surface, somehow bouncing away, and he manages to pull it away. Maximum all the way. Bring us to the end of over number 4 with the scoreboard reading 28 for 1 and more 59 needed in 96 by Rwenzori to pick up the win and advance to the qualifier 2. $28 for 3. I beg your pardon, 28 for 1 is the score after 4 overs. Adam Dudaregia being the only batter who has fallen for the side. And that's a few of the batters who will be later on coming on to bat. It's a good passage of play here so far. And now we'll be seeing a new bowler being introduced into the attack, Derek Okecho, and off spinner by trade. Mahad Sechito is on 4 of 3 and Twahabaiga is on 10 of 6. The two batters at the crease currently for Mt.Rwenzori. 59 in 96. Derek Okecho there comes into the attack. Starts with one drifting away from Mahad Sechito, and it is a dot ball. Good line there from Okecho. Derek. Right in the area and well driven, but good athleticism there from Okecho Derek, making sure that he fields off his own bowling. Up in the air, Trevor Makachanja gets his fingertips onto it, but he doesn't get hold onto the chance. Another opportunity created, and another chance put down. With the total that they do have on board, they don't afford giving away these chances. They have somehow a few runs, so you need to make sure that you're taking all your chances and you're keeping the chasing team on pressure. A little easy there. Trevor Makachanja got onto it but doesn't make sure that it sticks in his hands. Kaokona, who is standing towards the deep mid-wicket area, and extra cover both at the boundary there for Twahabaiga. Beaten by that turn, and it is another dot ball there for Derek Okecho. Down the ground, straight to the fielder, and they'll take the single. "30 for a loss of 1 is the score. They've kept rotating, one more to play in this over. Left-right combination. Down the leg, and it will be wides. Beaten completely, and it is another dot ball there. Bring us the end of the over. 3 runs off Derek Okecho's first, and after 5, 31 for 1 is the score. It is another change in the bowling attack, and it is another spinner, Abdul Shakur Doka, taking his chances and coming into the attack. Doka comes into the attack, replacing Samuel Chinalwa. The two fielders being used by Doka, Abdul Shakur, Longo On and Kaokona. Creamed away, but straight to the field that covers. And Derek Okecho, and Twahabaiga will fall. Second wicket there goes. 31 for 2. Wickets falling very, very quickly there. Karisimbi now trying to pick something out of nothing. The spinners into the attack, and they are now doing the magic. Twahabaiga somehow slicing that one away. No foot movement for him whatsoever. And David Muksa with the second catch. He is the one who took the catch of Hariom Dudarejia. So he's been involved in the 2 wickets that have been taken by Mt.Karisimbi. Hemant Hirani will be the new batter in. Bit of a googly, but right in his hitting arc. And he didn't just manage to hit it all the way. It finds a waiting fielder, and another wicket there goes. $56 in 89 required for the victory, and Hemant Hiran is the new batter in for Rwenzori Mountain. But still work to be done. waiting for the signal there from the umpire, but as if the umpire counts the ball. He calls that one that Hemant was ready to face. Full and outside there. Creamed away by Hemant Irani, but good athleticism there, good effort from Derek Okecho. Cutting off the boundary. He knows that they'll need to keep the fight on if they are to win this game. Some field set up for the left-handed batter. Down the leg, and it will be called the whites by the umpire. This is the final over to complete the power play of this game. No ball called by the umpire above the waist there. Doka Abdul Shakur failing to maintain a good line. The free hit just driven down into the gap for a single. Pray that free hit has gone unpunished. And still changes there being made in the field. Wides there for Doka Abdul Shakur. Full and onto the borderline, and it is hit away all the way to the bunker for a maximum. Hemant picking on that one very nicely, but a loose ball there from Doka Abdul Shakur. You don't ball full to Hemant, and that is hit all the way. And at the end of the power play, runs seem to be flowing. That dirty ball there. Six overs gone. The power play has now been completed. And the 41 for a loss of 2 is the score. Derek Okecho back into the attack, but now he will have a liberty of using more fielders on the boundary. Starts with a full one. There is an appeal of LBW, but not given by the umpire. It is a dot ball there to start off the over. 42 for 2 after 6. Beaten by the pace, and it is another dot ball there. Morton and bounce there from Derek Okecho, and another dirty ball. Good bowling there from Okecho. Good stuff. Okecho making sure that he rushes onto his run up and he continues dotting. One more in this over. And it is a dot ball. Maiden over there from Derek Okecho, and after 7, 42 for 2 is the score. Another bowling change there for Mt.Karisimbi, and it is Ramadan Ochimi who replaces Doka Abdul Shakur. 42 for 2, current 106 required 3, 45 more in 78 for Kilimanjaro, for Mt.Rwenzori to win and advance to the qualifier 2, which will happen tomorrow in the morning. Longo on, longo off at the boundary. Extra cover and cow corner for Ramadan Ochimi. Still work to be done. Nearly beaten by the pace, but it is a dirty ball. More dot balls there for Mt.Karisimbi, but they'll make sure that they focus on picking up wickets to stay in this one. Good stuff there from Ochimi Ramadan. Pick up another dirty ball. Into the gap by Hemant, and another single there taken. Hemant looked to be struggling well facing Ramadan Ochimi, so it is a good plan for him. Get off the mark and bring your partner on strike. You never know what Mahadi Sechito would be having in his bag. Some bit of lapse there in terms of the fielding display there. Ramadan Ochimi is somehow unhappy with some things. He's unhappy with these fielders because of the way they are fielding. They're not really keeping up the fight. But now Ramadan Ochimi will be changing sides and coming right arm round for the left-handed Mahadi Sechito. Dirty ball there. But what a good over there from Ramadan Ochimi. So far given just one run. One more to play in this over. Dirty ball. Fine over there. Just one run in the over. And after 8, 43 for a loss of 2 is the score. Okecho Derek back in the attack there for Mt.Karisimbi. Current run rate 5, required just 3 for the win. 43 for 2, 44 more needed in 72 balls. Okecho has forgiven just 3 runs in his 2 overs. Emantirani there stuck and unsure whether to go hard or to block, but in the end it is a dotty ball. Down the leg and off the pads, and it will be leg byes. The umpire not giving that one is maybe it came, oh no, she's given it out, leg byes. 44 now on board. Mahadi Sechito has 6 of 27, whereas the Mantiran has 6 of 20, has 8 of 10. But a brilliant passage of play here for these two teams. Hits one with power to covers and a misfield there by Trevor Mark. Chanja will give them the single. Chanja Trevor Mark dropped a catch earlier on in the innings, but even his ground fielding has not really been so brilliant. Another run easily taken there under the watch of Trevor Mark. Chanja, a misfield. Right in the hitting arc, but not well timed by Hematirani. Down to long on and another single taken. But a good passage of play here for Mount Kilimanjaro. They are moving on very nicely. 41 in 68 for the win. Down the leg. And it is a dot ball. 1 more play in the over. A little short and well placed into the gap. And it will be a single to end the over. 47 for a loss of 2 is the score after 9. $47 for 2 after 9 overs here, and more 40 needed in 66. Ramadan Ochimi, who gave away just 1 run in his first over, will be now returning to bowl his second. Kao corner the extra cover, and all the other fielders are inside for the lefty. Wicket for Ramadan Ochimi. A little feather there. Well taken by the wicket keeper Kadu Peter. And Mahadi Sechito departs. 3rd wicket goes. Cut that. You clearly see the deviation there from his blade to the hands of the wicket keeper. And that ball first landing on the chest of the wicket, but later on he gets hold onto it, and it is the 3rd wicket that goes. 40 in 65 and 47 for 3 is the score after 9.1. Emmanuel Okwalinga is the new batter in for Mt.Rwenzori, but still work to be done. Ramadan Ochimi in his first over gave away just 1 run. So he's made sure that he dries up the runs. And now when he returns, he picks up a wicket. Good work there being done by Ramadan Ochimi to make sure that he keeps the pressure on and he keeps this side in this match. A few wickets here would see them bring back more pressure. Emmanuel Okwalinga is the new batter in. Longo on and Kao Corner are the two waiting fielders at the boundary. All the other fielders inside try and make sure that they cut off the single run. Ochimi Ramadan, wicket keeper batter by trade, but he has some experience on him. He's bowling the googlies and keeping it outside off stump. Picks up a dot ball there. But Okwalinga also another player who can hit. And because the ball is dropping outside off stump, there are changes in the field there and extra cover fielder being introduced into the surface. And another dot ball there. Some cunning tricks there from Ramadan Ochimi. Introduces the fielder outside off stump. He doesn't bowl it outside, he bowls it straight. Another dirty ball. Brilliant stuff here from Mt.Karisimbi. They are now starting to believe that they can pick up a result in this game. But Emmanuel Okwalinga not rushing himself. One more to play in the over. No run is so far in this over. Dot ball. End of the over. At the halfway marker, 47-3 is the score. 10 gone. Karisimbi starting to fight and crawl back in the game. Current run rate 4, required 4. The number between the runs and the balls is starting to close in. 40-60 for the win. The only thing that might happen will be how Ramadan Ochimi shuffles down his fielders, I beg your pardon, his bowlers, because clearly these two batters are really waiting for those bad players to hit. And now we see a seamer being brought into the attack for Mt.Karisimbi. Joshua Mukisa is the new bowler into the attack there. They need a bowler to target, and this might be the over. Extra cover, long on, long off, cow corner. Standing close, deep mid wicket, all at the boundary there for Mukisa Joshua. Mukisa means a blessing. You'll need to make sure that he bowls well. Starts with a short one and it is hit away. Hit into the gap by Hemant Hirani. And it is a boundary there to welcome Joshua Mukisa into the attack and bring up the 50 runs for the Rwenzori team. Picked up on the short ball there very nicely, Hemant Hirani, and send it backward of the square for 4 more. Now 51 is what they have. A little fall, but hit down the ground by Hemant Hirani for a single. And the poor throw there gives them a chance to pick up another run. Sloppy in the way they are fielding. Any unnecessary throw they are coming in from Paul Eme to giving the batters chance to take any extra run. And bringing back Mt.Rwenzori on strike. Pace off and creamed away. 4 more for Mt.Rwenzori in the over. Talked about an over to target, and it might be this one. They have really taken the liking at the bowling of Mukisa Joshua. This time round, Mt.Rwenzori missing on that one. A slower ball there from Mukisa Joshua will be a praise ball because it is not hit and it is a dot ball there. Short and down the leg, and it's wides. Mukisa Joshua here and there. He might end up nowhere. It is a nice looking over here in the passage of play for Rwenzori. 11 of this over with 2 more balls to play. Short pitched and well guided backward of the square there for a single. Now 12 in this over, bringing back Okwalinga Emmanuel on strike. Straight to the fielder. There was a chance of the run out, but not completed, and end of the over. 11 gone, 59 for 3 is the score, and more 28 needed from as many as 54 balls. .28 runs needed in 54 is the current equation of this match. And now Ramadan Ochemi is still looking for plans of picking up the wicket. Paul Emetu now into the attack there. He is a player who can pick for you wickets. He's been growing in his game, and since it is a pressure time, you need to make sure that you go to your key players to try and make sure that you do pick up the win. Emetu already has a wicket in this game. He's so far bowled 2 overs, picking up a single wicket and going for 19. And now he will be coming back to bowl to Mt.Rwenzori. Mt.Rwenzori 20 off 16. Extra cover, cow corner, long off at the boundary with long on standing about 4 feet from the boundary for Mt.Rwenzori. Closing in on his blade, and it is a dot ball there. If he had opened up his blade, there would have been work for the extra cover fielder to do. But it is a dot ball there to start off the over. A little fall into the block hole, but well guided down to third man for a single. Wides. Nowhere close to calling or calling, and it is a wide. But good plan there from a Metropole. He's trying to ball it outside off stump to make sure that the extra cover fielder is in play. Eruza here goes home, and the winner has the chance of making it to the finals if the winner can go on and beat Meru tomorrow in the morning. Goes to drive, but he misses, and it is a dot ball. But that's a much better line there from Paul Emmett. That was his plan initially, bowling outside off stump. Down the leg, and it's wides. Trying to go into the surface, but misses in execution. Yoked him, but it is a dot ball there. Good variations there being bowled by Paul Emetu. And Ramadan Ochimi will be here because he needed someone to bowl a tight spell from one end. 3 runs in this over so far, and Paul Emetu has a chance of completing it. Well, the only issue for him in this over has been the weights, but nothing much coming from the blades of these two batters. Flicked away, but there is a fielder. Ramadan Ochimi takes the catch, and it is another wicket that falls. Okwalinga didn't put any runs for his team, and he is falling into that trap, trying to flick it away, but not timing it nicely. And great work there from Ramadan Ochimi at the boundary, getting hold onto that one. A little close to the boundary, but struggling hard and making sure that it sticks in. It's another wicket that falls, the 4th one for Rwenzori Mountain. Simon Chintu is also a player for the Mt.Karisimbi team. Will be very happy because this team is making sure that it fights back to stand a big chance of making it to the finals, because when they lose here, they go home, and when they win here, they will be squaring off against Mount Meru tomorrow in the morning. No room for error. Haris Vakjani is the new batter in. Haris is a brother to Hemant. So these two brothers currently at the crease are brothers. But work to be done. Haris not so comfortable with playing pace. He is always happy facing spinners, him being a seamer. One more ball to play in this over, and a chance for Paul Emmett to pick up another wicket if he could bowl well and make sure that he puts Haris in his trap. There was an LBW appeal, but not upheld by the umpire, bring us to the end of the over. 12 overs gone, and 62 for a loss of 4 is the score. 25 more needed in 49, and that's the replay there. No foot movement there from Haris. Might have missed down the leg. Ramadan Ochimi is still looking for a bowler who can make things quiet at one end. And it will be Mukishsa Joshua to come and deliver his second over. His first over a little expensive, but still work to be done. 2 to 3 wickets here, they will be in a proper tile. 62 for 4 after 12. Extra cover, long on, long off at the boundary. But the fielders outside are many, so they will have to bring one fielder inside. cut away. But beautifully fielded, and it is a single. Joshua Mukisa wait for 12 in his first over, but now he'll be hoping that he can bowl well. Hit into the surface, and it will be a single. Good play here, making sure that they keep protecting the strike and finding the runs. Haris Vakjani and Hemant Hirani, the brothers who are currently at the crease. Inside out, up in the air. The fielder somehow missed it, and now they are pushing quickly. A poor throw there, and Hemant Hirani returns for the second run. Now 21 needed in 45. Clear chance they are created off the edge. Bottom edge there for Hemant Hirani, but the fielder missing that one there, Samuel Chinalwa. And it is another run that is taken. Good running there. Pace off, and is beaten. Dotty ball. Now 66 for 4 is what they do have on board. Too short and into the surface, and it is screamed away over the head of the field that covers. Paul Emmett with work to do, but his throws have always been poor. They will do take the single. 20 more now needed for the win. Good rotation between the two brothers, Hemant Hirani and Haris Vakjani. Off the body, and it is a single. They are taken. Bring us to the end of the 13th over with the scoreboard reading 68 for a loss of 4. Now Ramadan Ochimi will be taking a wicket here because there is a growing partnership between the two brothers. So you need to make sure that you bring back one of your good bowlers, try and make sure that they get for you the wicket, and then you start applying some more pressure. He will take matters in his own hands as he returns with the ball, Ochimi Ramadan. And as the spinner comes into the attack, the batters will be thinking that they can try and capitalize. Extra cover. Cow corner and long on at the boundary. Harris goes, but the effort there running backwards by Ramadan Ochimi goes in vain. Clearly that was a chance to catch, but the ball hung in the air. Ramadan Ochimi running backwards and not getting hold onto that opportunity. Now Hemant Hirani back on strike, and they have gotten that idea of trying to rush him to be ready. 25 of 22 for Mt.Hirani as he tries to make sure that he sends his team home. Work to do here for Mt.Rwenzori. They need more. 18 runs in 41 balls. Driven, and Trevor Makachanja, who has been so sloppy today, will not field that one, and they will take the single. Good rotation between Hemant and Haris. Harish goes and picks up the gap. It is another single taken. They're not trying to overhit. They're making sure that they keep the good rotation of strike here. Hemant and Haris. These two play for Mukono Warriors Cricket Club, whereas Ramadan Ochimi plays for Tornado Cricket Club. Nearly bowling him, that ball keeping very low, but it will go past that off stump line. And there is a dot ball there for Ramadan Ochimi. He's been bowling so well. He's so far bowled 2.4 overs and he's considered just 4 runs and he's picked up a wicket. Good bowling spell there from Ochimi. Trying to go hard there, Hemant, but he misses and it is a dot ball. He is thinking a wicket here. Ochimi Ramadan. Dot ball there. And the end of the over. $71 for a loss of 4 wickets is the score after 14. Abdul Shakur Doka back into the attack and he returns with a dotty ball. Good bowling there from Doka. 11 in his first over, but now he returns to maintain the good lines. Bowling it very quick there. Not allowing batters any time to get ready. Into the gap there by Haris. And they will take the single. Some good techniques here being used by Doka and Ochimi. Every time you give the batter time, they will get ready and play your ball. So make sure that you get into the run up very quickly. So Doka and Ochimi have been doing it very well. A little shot there and hit down the ground. Good fielding there from Polo Emmett, and they will only take a single. 27 now for Mt.Hirani as he continues to hold the innings together for Mt.Rwenzori. Short ball there, not hit well by Haris, but they will take the single. And one more to play in this over by Doka Abdul Shakur. Creamed away, but there is a field that covers. 1 run there taken. and the end of the over. 75 for a loss of 4 is the score, and more 11 will be needed from 11 from 30 balls. Derek Okecho. Oh no, sorry, it's not Derek Okecho. There'll be another bowling change there for Karisimbi Mountain as they keep looking for a way of breaking this partnership. Third man, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and cow corner at the boundary. Joshua Mukisa changing bowling ends. They make another change there. Ramadan Ochimi says let him come and bowl himself out, momentarily taking Joshua out of the attack. Ramadan has so far bowled 3 overs and he has conceded just 4 runs, picking up only a single wicket, but he's been the most economical among all the bowlers. Backward of the square there by Hemant Hirani, and they will take the single. Now 11 more from 29 for the win. Hit straight to the fielder at point, and it is a wicket taken there. Mukisa Joshua running forward and holding onto that opportunity to pick up a wicket. 50th wicket goes, and still work to be done. But look at that ball there, a goggly ball there, which could have been hit straight by Haris Vagjani, somehow slicing up on his blade. And it is a wicket there that falls. 76 for a loss of 5 is what the scoreboard reads for Mt.Rwenzori. And the wicket-keeper batter in Boji Julius makes his way to the crease. Ramadan Ochimi with the second wicket. 11 more needed in as many as 28. The game evenly poised. Boji Julius is the new batter in. Still work to be done. 11 more in 28. Ramadan Ochimi introducing a fielder at deep square leg. Now a packed onside for Ochimi Ramadan. Beating him completely by that turn, and it is a dot ball. But good lines there. Being bowled by Ramadan Ochimi. That is screamed away past the field that covers, and they will only take a single. Derek Okecho coming to bowl. 3 runs needed in 18 balls. Grass Woje there has been getting the runs. Hits one up in the air. And there is a waiting fielder. Doka Abdushakur takes the catch. And another wicket there goes. The 7th one. Julius Woji, who looked like he will do the finisher role in this match, didn't manage hitting that one all the way. And it is a wicket that falls. Eskaya and Doka Abdushakur with the catch to give his side another wicket. And Tom Adupu will be the new batter to walk in. Just 3 more runs needed for the victory. Mt.Karisimbi will feel that if they had gotten a little more 10 runs, maybe they had a bigger chance. It is not all over for them. They can still pick up the remaining 3 wickets and advance. But Adupu Tom makes his way to the crease. Now Bosco Akena and Adupu Tom, 2 new batters at the crease for Mt.Rwenzori. Adupu goes, picks up that one very nicely, and it is a maximum. What a shot. He told them you were never close as he sends that one all the way. It is a maximum. He breaks the shackles right away and sends Mt.Rwenzori into the qualifier 2, which will happen tomorrow between Rwenzori and Meru. A 3 wickets victory here. Karisimbi kept hoping and wishing that they can come up on top in this game. But Mt.Rwenzori managing to hold nerves and picking up the victory. They have told them, yes, you can win, and you are close to winning, but not today. Karisimbi should be heading home, and Rwenzori has another chance if they can go past Mount Meru tomorrow. Maybe they stand a chance of winning the final. But what an interesting match that we have had, a game which was swinging both sides here. And in the end, it is a victory that goes the way of Mt.Rwenzori. Mt.Rwenzori, a team that lost many games up front in this tournament. But they have started winning, and they are only winning games that do matter. 2 more games that matter for them to be crowned champions. If they can win the qualifier tomorrow, qualifier 2 against Mount Meru, and then come out and win the final tomorrow in the afternoon, will be crowned champions. But Kilimanjaro already in the final. Well, my name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi. I'll leave you the highlights and I'll bring to you the post-match presentation of this game. Andike. Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation of the Eliminator. A game which has been won by Mt.Rwenzori, picking up the victory by 3 wickets and making another date with Mt.Meru, which will happen tomorrow in the morning in the qualifier too. But going to the player of match straight away, Harim Dudarejia picked up 2 wickets in 4 overs and his contribution of 6 give him the award. And one of the coaches from Mukono cricket community in Ashraf Andra will give him the player of match envelope. Well played, Hariom. Good bowling display. What do you make of your bowling display in this game?
I just wanted to get quick wickets so that we lower them below 90 runs and hit that successfully.
Yeah, tomorrow your team will be a game in the morning in the qualifier to see who advances to the finals. What are your plans going into that game?
My plans will be simple. I want to keep bowling line to line and get as much as dot balls as I can.
Congratulations, Hariom, and go well.
Thank you, sir.
We've come to the end of the post-match presentation. Tomorrow in the morning there will be the qualifier 2, which will be happening between Mt.Meru and Mt.Rwenzori. Make sure you keep it deep.